And there we go. We are live for part 2 of a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome on board, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, it is November 28th, 2025. And Kathleen is sharing the cookies. Awesome. And Kathleen was the first one in. Sue was actually a first one, but she's a mod, so she gets a stack of cookies for being the first mod in. Awesome. And yeah, welcome on board, everyone that's popping in. Please remember to bop that like button if you haven't bopped that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be cool. And on those friendly notes, yeah, we're gonna keep going here. Of course, we're kind of zipping through things today. It's a little bit easier when we don't have to fight and battle the system. Dark Soul 71, hi Doc, evening all, hope you're all good. Alright, Dark Soul, yep, I'm pretty good. How come you're so dark today? Henry made it, awesome. I know getting through the portal sometimes is tricky, and yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. And very cool. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go take that break shortly here, so all good. Just to kind of recap, we're thinking that we're about 8 to 10 days away from a new Hawaii eruption. And we're possible 5 to 7 days away at maximum for an Icelandic eruption. Well, I shouldn't say maximum. We gotta leave that open-ended because things can change. Mind you, Iceland could pop, you know, in 20 minutes, and you know, a couple and good quakes, and boom, out comes the lava. So anything is possible. And yeah, that's kind of a quick recap on that. Everywhere else seems to be pretty normal for what it is. So yeah, earthquake shakers. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see too many. Is that stream moving? It's not. Hawaii is stopped again. Darn it, and why does that happen? I swear I still got to get myself a different browser. Oh man. Yeah, we'll see what we can come up with. And yep, lots of people popping in. Hawaii is frozen. No, it's not. It's quite warm there, Sarah. It's not frozen. It's moving. It's all good. Yeah. It just looked that way. Honestly, trust me on that one. It just looked like it was frozen. Anyway, I'm going to leave it as that. I'm going to go for my break, folks. We'll throw some music on. And when we come back from the break, we will have a look at... hang on. Why is that where it is? Let's put that down there. Okay, and we'll start it out here with some music. Yeah, pop the like button. Remember, it's a new stream, so when we come back, we're going to go do bacon seeds, and that should be fun. I don't think we did them yesterday. We were too stressed and too wound up and all that stuff after having to battle for an hour and 45 minutes to get the streaming software to work again. Anyway, here comes the music. Keep smiling, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. I'll be back. There we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream part 2 for our 28th of November 2025. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Henry and Sue and Kathleen. And I see the Polygon viewer is here. And he's not in Hawaii. And what show? Today with Kilauea, a show. Who had that on? Aloha from what is about to be a very snowy, not Hawaii. Yeah, I heard you guys are going to get some snow. Apparently Henry's going to get some of that as well, a little further north from you. So thank you, Cananaska's country. And yeah, all good. Hopefully you guys won't get bombarded with too much snow there, and things will go easy. Let's continue on here though, and yeah, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go over to bacon seeds. That was the last one we looked at last time, at least I think it was. And I'm gonna turn on the first one for today. And speaking of polygons, hang on, how many things is that's not a polygon, never mind. That yellow thing, I don't know what that is. Calling for 4 to 6 inches. Are you outside calling for that? Enough to cause chaos in this area. Oh boy. Wow, 4 to 6 inches is hardly anything. Just wait till you get to Henry's place. Apparently you have a lot more. We have really fine white stuff coming down. Kananaska's country, don't go outside. That's it's snowing cocaine. Oh man, it'll hurt you breathing if don't go out there. Anyway, this is a beautiful little guy. 2 foot and a half here, or 1 to 1.5 feet. Okay, well, yeah, 1.5 feet. Oh man, I don't know if I want that much. That's 12 to 18 inches. That's 30 to 45 centimeters. That's too much. I need to get where Kananaska's country is. Oh man, yeah, that really fine white powdery stuff coming down. Yeah, careful with that. Let's get to our next bacon seed. And oh, I didn't make any comments on this one. I see a big flat piggy in the back corner there. I don't know if anybody else noticed that cushion. And this little guy in the foreground is, I guess, I got a big bed by the looks of things. Let's go to the next one. And here's a sun tanning piggy. And the cat is staying in the shade because it wants to be cool. Very, very awesome picture. And yeah, nice to see that they are enjoying themselves. Let's get to the next one. Okay, I don't know what the heck is going on here. Why is that a comment hell? Okay, that's a good one. Okay, I remember, yeah, snow is a swear word, and so is cocaine. I think maybe a little one I got squirted out of the big one when it got squished. Maybe. Here's another cat with a pig, or a pig with a cat. He's saying, yep, there's a pig underneath here. I also see feet hanging out, so obviously this is a lap pig and a lap cat. And they're all relaxing. Very, very cool. And we always like relaxing things. Oh, man. As it says on the top of the glasses, cake time. Yay. And there's an 8 on there. I wonder, is that piggy 8 years old? That piggy is certainly not a bacon seed, and it looks like it's consumed at least 40 or 50 of those cakes every day. And that is very, very cool. Yeah, wearing the things that she is, I'm assuming it's a female. Yeah, definitely not a, that's bacon, not just a bacon seed. Let's continue on, and here's a couple more pigs sleeping. Oh, wait, there's something wrong with this picture. There is an imposter here. I'm not sure what's going on. That one pig really doesn't look very much like a pig. The snout is all wrong. Coloration, well, the color is okay. Oh, it's the pig with his little pet dog. I see. Okay, very cool. And let's carry on. This one wants to escape. He's looking out of the pig jail saying, let me out, please, let me out. I promise to behave. And needs a hogwash, though. He'll have to come out and get washed. Free piggy. Yeah, hashtag free piggy. That's what we got to put out there. And it's all good. Hashtag free piggy and hashtag hogwash. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, this one's getting ready for Christmas, just working on its tree, and yeah, I see all kinds of good things up on that tree. Tractors, actually several tractors, that's something that popped out, and it looks like people in cars or sleighs or something. Interesting looking tree. And hopefully they're all good with it. Very, very cool. And a nice little pig in the foreground, of course. You're looking at us. Is it Christmas yet? Oh man, and this one's boozing it up. He's got his Dr. Pepper out there. And yep, he's got to do what he's got to do. Yeah, 3-minute warning. Okay, we'll have to go faster. So, yeah, Dr. Pepper looks good. Let's get to the next one. You're going at, this one's done setting up the Christmas tree as well. And sticking its tongue out at us for some reason. I guess we were bad or something. Anyway, he got his tree set up. Next one. This one's getting some scratches on that back thigh there, and enjoying it from the painting dude. Very, very cool. And that is supposed to be our last bacon seed, but let's get to our first bonus bacon seed and see what we got. Another one sleeping and getting some ear scratches as he sleeps. That is wonderful. Interactive pigs, and you gotta love them. And the next one and last, second bonus bacon seed, the last one for today, is this little fella. Well, he doesn't have anybody scratching him, but he's still a nice looking little piggy. And he's got big ears, bat ears. Yeah, he's got a nice little snout bopper. Alright, that's it for the bacon seeds. Big thank you to Piggy for sending those in. And beautiful as always. And we enjoy watching those. So thank you, Piggy. Appreciate it all the way through. And let's put us back on our multi-screen so we can watch what's going on there in Iceland and Hawaii. And of course, we'll also look at the archive footage. I think that's pretty cool. Anyway, on those notes, I'm going to go take that break. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. If you haven't bopped the like button yet, please consider doing that. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. On those notes, I will be back after a few songs. And here we go. We'll spin the old dial and see what comes out. Keep smiling. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Is that a sheep or a wolf in sheep's clothing? I'm not sure. They're a polygon viewer. Okay, so if you're inside a polygon and you're supposed to go find a corner to stand in, how many corners do you have? Oh man, I know it's a tough question. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Barbara and Sue and Cananesca's Country and Kathleen. And yeah, I know. He's trying to count it on his fingers now. How many corners in a polygon? Oh man. We'll be gone by the time he figures out the polys. I'm kidding. Oh man. That's a tough call anyway. It's a time for the volcano. It depends on the number of sides. Well, isn't a polygon... How many sides does a polygon have? How many... Pillars is... pillars in a polygon. Or polys in a polygon. Well, if they're gone, there's none, Kathleen. Because they're polygons. If they're polyheres or polystays, never mind. Bad humor. All right, it's all good. Okay, let's get to the volcano report because that is the next thing on our agenda. We had a look at every other place, or normal, irregular shaped, and normal. Oh man. You mean you got irregular shaped and polygons as well? Oh boy, that's really going to mess things up. Sides -1. Let's get at the volcano report. And for late Thursday's volcanic activity, 4 volcanoes on the list, starting out with Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Eruption to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 2,300. Next one is Dakono on Halmahera Island, Indonesia. A volcanic ash plume to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 2,315. And of course, Ibu on Halmahera Island, Dakono's neighbor, Indonesia as well. A volcanic ash to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters. Since they're in competition, neither can outdo the other, right? 2330 was the time on that. Next, we have Krasheninnikov, a volcano on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. A volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2345. That's late Thursday's activity. Let's get to Friday's activity. And there are 12 volcanoes on that list. And let's see what we can come up with. Starting out with Shevelish on the volcano on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash continuously observed in a satellite to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Then volcanic ash continuously observed in satellite imagery again. 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters, reported at 12:15. Next, Reventador in Ecuador. Volcanic ash emissions ongoing to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1:45 a.m. and again at 13:15 as they continue on. Next, Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. Ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 1:45 a.m. Then new volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 20:45. Barren Island volcano in the Indian Ocean. Volcanic ash plume to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 2 a.m. And next we have Santiaguito in Guatemala. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported at 2:45 a.m. and again at 9 a.m. And next is Sakurajima in Japan, erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 4:45 in the morning. And next is Fuego in Guatemala. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 5:15 a.m. Then frequent volcanic ash emissions to same height, 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1600. Next we have a White Isle volcano in New Zealand, and unknown ash cloud reported by pilot, and that is at 5:45 a.m. Oh man, I hate when that happens. These unknown ash clouds, where do they come from? Oh man, but that is White Isle volcano in New Zealand. Anyway, Sangay in Ecuador is our next one. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 6:30 a.m. Then light volcanic ash emissions continuing to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 12:45. Next, Parisi in Colombia. Volcanic ash emissions are not identifiable in satellite imagery, reported at 8:30 a.m. Then volcanic ash not identifiable from satellite imagery in 15:30. Well, I think there's no eruption there if the volcanic ash is not identifiable from the satellite. But we might be wrong. You know, it could be cloaked with clouds or something like that. Next one, of course, is Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. It too is suffering from the loss of visibility. Volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite imagery, reported at 10:30 in the morning. And the last one on the list for this report is Ibu on Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 11:30. They forgot to look at Tukono. Darn it. A big thank you to Sue for sending in this wonderful volcano report. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. And that is all good. And let's us continue on. And we are going to go take a look at some earthquakes around the planet real quick. So let's go over to the earthquake map, and we'll go from there. Looking at what we've got, it looks like the Coral Islands have a little bit of noise here, a couple of them. 4.6, and that happened at 14:23 our time, 37.3 kilometers down for that one. Coral Islands in Russia, of course, and this is a 4.5, and that's more on the fault line or subduction line there, and that's from 3:39 a.m. and that's 10 kilometers down for that 4.5. Moving into the Aleutian Islands, we see this here, a 4.2 near Adak, Alaska, and that's yesterday's at 21:32. 27 was the date. So that is interesting. And not much more there. Looking at a couple more here, 3.1 King Cove, and there's a 3.6 at Sand Point. Not going to worry about those. We see a whole bunch of little activity there in the Alaskan area, of course. It's all part of the big subduction problem that they've got there. Anyway, let's continue on. Don't say anything further up north. And moving in here, interesting quake here in Peachland. And I've been through Peachland multiple times. And this is where they got burned out recently. They had fires in this region, not over here on the other side. So this is the Okanagan Mountain Park area, and that one is of course a 3.4. That's a little odd to see. A quake there happened 19 minutes after midnight at 3.8 kilometers in depth. So, things that's a little strange. Also seeing this one here. This is Granite Falls, Washington. A little odd. A quake there as well. Only a 1.3 though. Nothing major. Sliding further down the San Andreas Fault, and don't see too much there. 3.2 at what is it? Palma, California, and we keep going down. I don't see anything too crazy there. Pretty normal stuff in the rest of the U.S. Looking at this one, this is right on the border. They say it's Guatemala, magnitude 5.8. Happened at 13:06 our time, 140 kilometers down. And then we see our usual stuff here out in the Virgin Island areas, 3.6. This one considering Dominican Republic, a 3.6 as well, and a 2.5 there in Puerto Rico, and probably a bunch more little tiny ones. Nothing else on the Cocos Plate, but we have on the plate boundaries here between the Pacific and the Nazca Plate. We have this 5.1, and it says Central East Pacific Rise, and that's yesterday's from 2218, 10 kilometers down. Moving on further down into South America, looks like we got a little bit of a grouping. One in Chile, 4.4, 5:58 a.m., 129.9 clicks down. The other one is in Bolivia, 4.5 from 4:44 a.m., and that is 212.5 kilometers down. The other one in Argentina, 4.9 from 13 minutes after midnight, 221.9 kilometers down. And that's all good there. Let's keep going. Nothing out here in the South Sandwich Islands or Drake Passage, Scotia Sea, but we're going to grab these here. The southern part of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. That is a 5.2 from 1546 today, 10 kilometers down. The other one, southern Mid-Atlantic Ridge, it says, and that one is a 5.0 from 6:29 a.m. our time, 10 kilometers down. Let's go take a look at the Antarctic Rise region, and we see one quake over here south of Madagascar, and that is a 4.8. South Indian Ocean happened at 10:59 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and that almost looks like it's surrounding Africa. Is that moving maybe? I wonder. All right, keeps going here, and seeing nothing in New Zealand. That's over 4. Nothing in the Kermadec Island regions. Tonga had this 4.4. 10:48 a.m., 129.9 clicks down. The other one, I was going to say, is not Wallis Fortuna, but I guess not. It is a 5.6 in Tonga as well. Yesterday's at 2030, 257.7 kilometers down. Little shallower there. The other ones here are usually a lot deeper. These both are a little on the shallow side. Nothing in Vanuatu or the Loyalty Islands. Nothing in Papua New Guinea, which is good. We get into Indonesia. We see a couple here in the Banda Sea. 4.4, 12:40 a.m. our time, 127.7 kilometers down from today. And the other one is same region, 5.2, Babar, Indonesia, whatever that is. Kepulauan Babar. Don't get your barbars mixed up. Anyway, this is a 5.2 from 1:32 a.m., 135 kilometers down. And the other one here is a 4.2 from yesterday at 22:11, 404.6 kilometers down, a little bit deeper. Looking at the rest of it, don't see anything in Java or Sumatra. Everything went quiet over here, and going all the way up into Burma, Myanmar region, I don't see anything there. And moving into the southern parts of the Philippines, a 4.5 from from 8:28 a.m. 152.7 kilometers down for that, and nothing else in the Philippines, and nothing in Guam or the Marianas, nothing in the Izu Island region, Bowen Island region. Everything is good. This one at Koshima, Japan region, and that is a 4.8 from 1540, 18.9 kilometers down, and yeah, that's I don't know, maybe causing more eruptive activity there. Things pushing and subducting, of course, and that brings us back up to the Kuril Islands. Not going to worry about those, we got those already. And we have this 4.6 in China from 1553, 10 kilometers down for that. Looking at the rest of Africa, I don't see anything else on Africa that is new. Nothing new on the Arabian microplate or the Anatolian microplate or the Aegean microplate, at least nothing over 4. And going through Italy, Sicily, everything's good there. Gibraltar is all quiet. Azores, nothing over 4 as well. And that brings us all the way back to Iceland, and up on the top there we don't see anything else there. And of course for Hawaii, if you wish, you can bring up rewind to you can see the dust plume from a rock fall. Oh man, we're looking at earthquakes, not dust plumes and rock falls. But I will take a look here in a second. Yeah, the Hawaii map, if you want to look at those earthquakes, you're welcome to do that. Let's leave that be, and let's grant Buster a wish. And he said go back to 1543. All right, let's see if we can get over to that screen. 1543 is how far back? That's like 25 minutes ago. 1534, 1538, 1541, 42. You said 1543, and some 26 seconds. So let's make it go a little bit faster here, and we'll keep an eye on the rockfall stuff. All right, looking, and waiting for 26, and where is it? I'm looking. Okay, I didn't see it, Buster. Oh, there it is in the background. I see it there. Okay. Well, let's go to the V3 cam and see if we can see it on there. And that is, you said 1543. Oops, I went back too far. My bad. 1543. And we'll make that bigger, see if we can spot it on here. What about the V2 cam? Did anybody check that? Hey, there's glow in here. It's, oh, there it goes. It's puffing. It's a puffin. And yeah, interesting. You sure that was a rock fall, not a little bit of a burp? Hey, no. That might have, that rock fall might have been just off the camera view as well. But we did see a little bit of a puffing here, so yeah, and a little bit of glow. I wonder if that's what caused it. That's sprayed out of the south vent. Yeah, it came from the edge of the caldera. Okay, well, what about the V2 cam? Let's see if we can go. Let me just copy that, and we'll go over here and we'll see if we can paste and go, and then we're going to go back to that one. Let's see if we can get to it. USGS V2 V2 cam is the one I want. And let's see if we can go to 1540. What do we got? 15. It came from the edge of the caldera. Okay, 1543. A little bit further, 42. We'll expedite it a little bit. And 1542. 1543 and 20 some seconds. Let's see if we can, yeah, we can see something back here. Some kind of rock fall. Oh no, hey, over here, folks. Did you see that up here? Ah, there it is. Ah, it's an avalanche. There you go. And it's the Tefra Mountain breaking up. Let me back that up, and you can watch it fall down there. Yeah, that's Mount Tefra is starting to fall apart. Very neat. Thanks, Buster, for mentioning that. Yeah, that's kind of neat. So you can see it right there, and you'll watch it fall down there. And yeah, very much so incandescent, and you can tell now just by looking at that how hot that is underneath there, how hot that tephra is. This is something that I keep saying, you know, this stuff doesn't cool off. And thank you, Buster, for spawning that. And I'm glad I brought the other camera up, because that is certainly something of interest. To watch that kind of an avalanche happening there. Very cool. So awesome. Thanks, Buster, for pointing it out. And yeah, it kind of gives us a little bit more of an idea of what goes on. And that's Mother Nature for you. That's how she does things. So very cool. And I'm glad the V2 cam was there to be able to catch it. So really neat. All right, let's leave that one be. It's time, well beyond time, for me to go take that break. Let's get our cameras back to the right position. I'm going to make those smaller though, and get that back on this one though. And that is live. All right. Oh, I forgot to make that one live. I'll be looking at it later, going, why is that looking so weird? But that's all good. All right, VOG squared. Yep, V2 equals a VOG squared. Yep, that's it. Anyway, let's leave that be. We're going to go take a break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue on with our wonderful, we had our earthquakes, so we'll go do SO2. I'm looking out my window. I see about a half a moon. Well, actually no, I see a quarter of a moon technically. Well, hang on, it's a sphere. So technically a sphere, I would have to see more of it to be able to say it's a quarter moon. But it's half of the visible side. Well, half of, I'm only seeing half of this side of the moon. All right, I'm going to call that the quarter moon. Anyway, I know it's confusing. Because the whole, if we see a full moon, that only refers to seeing half the moon, right? Anyway, I'm going. Okay, here comes some music, you guys. Hit the like button if you haven't hit that yet. Also, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. I'm your host. Pardon me, I had to sneeze. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm allergic to the moon. Look at the moon, you'll sneeze too. I'll be back. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And, yeah, good to have everyone here. Still here. And, of course, nice to be able to see that little bit of a collapse there from Tefra Mountain there in Hawaii and the Helma'umu crater. Yeah, that was a kind of a neat shot, and of course really showed how hot it still is inside there, glowing red hot, just probably maybe not even a meter down from the surface area. So if you go a half a meter or say 18-20 inches, and we still see the heat in there. And that is not from this last eruption, that's from the previous eruption. Okay, so that's what we gotta look at, going, wow. Anyway, yeah, well, very, very awesome. Thank you, Cananascus country, for the welcome back as well. Appreciate it. And let's get over to our other map. Well, we're going to go use that as a background, of course. And we are going to go take a look at our windy.com that will supply us with an SO2 map. And down we go and choose the SO2 map, get rid of the sidebar, zoom out a little bit, and yeah, look at that Pacific. Still looking pretty ugly. Lots of SO2 are there. Some of it from all the way in Africa. Some of it is from the Kamchatka Peninsula. It's got all kinds of origins. It's amazing how that stuff gets around the planet. Looking at the northern areas up in the Arctic regions, looks like it's got a little bit of a clearer area up here past Svalbard and that vicinity. So that's a good sign. And then looks like we got some activity here off of Norway. We're likely getting a bunch of rain and stuff clearing the air there. We need more of that. But anyway, let's start out here with the Kamchatka Peninsula. Now, some of this is residual stuff floating through from China and Africa, still moving on through. Kind of hard to tell today because of the way the wind is swirling everything around, but yeah, the Kamchatka Peninsula producing a fair amount of SO2. And then of course we get into the rest of the Pacific. We know some of this stuff is from Hawaii, and some of it is from Africa, and all of that, it looks like it's heading towards the Americas, especially North America, and that's going to affect pretty much everything from British Columbia down to the bottom end of California as that moves eastward, and hopefully it will dissipate a little bit. Levels in Edmonton not so good, but the rest of Alberta light, a little better in BC. Saskatchewan's got a little bit of a crunch as well, and in general, I guess for the most part, Manitoba and Ontario as well. Actually, Ontario down on the Panhandle looking a lot better, even around most of the Great Lakes, light levels. And we see a little heavier around the St. Lawrence Seaway, though. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's this low here and this low kind of drawing things in. But eastern side of the U.S., pretty much population and of course the industrialized stuff creating some of that SO2, but we also have stuff that drifted in there from Mexico and those regions. We've already talked about where this came from, and of course there in Hawaii still producing some high levels of SO2. So yeah, not out of the woodworks there yet. Looking at Central America, pretty much normal. From Mexico, we have Mexico City and Popocatépetl, and then Colima over here on this side. So Colima's picked it up a little bit too. And our Central American ones and northern South American ones, all pretty normal. Not going to worry about that. Cayenne, Peru here, dumping its stuff out down south. And then all kinds of swirling action here off of Chile, so hopefully that gets rid of some of the SO2 there. Some of it is from our volcanoes, some of it is from industrial stuff there, so all good. Rio de Janeiro got a little bit heavier level right there, but that is okay. Not seeing too much else there. Montagu and what's another one here? What's Michael Volcano called? Darn it, I forgot. Never mind. It's dumping its stuff out there. And Antarctica melting slowly. And a lot of that is, of course, snow that had recently captured the SO2 and is now melting, releasing it again, as well as possible sea mounds underneath there. But you know, it's not a surprise as the snow melts away the top layers that had that fresh SO2. We're not going to see any more SO2 for a little bit because it's going to basically crystallize and not melt so easily. So unless they get a heat wave, then we'll see more SO2 again. That's in Antarctica. And then, of course, looking at New Zealand, White Isle volcano making mystery clouds out here, and you never know when you have swirly things and a shear line. It can make all kinds of stuff happen. And yeah, I hope that airplane was able to go around those ash clouds that they seen. Anyway, Tofua out here in Tonga doing its thing. Vanuatu, pretty normal as well. Same with Papua New Guinea. The red spot there, that's Manam. And yeah, Indonesia doing its thing as usual. So Luotalak and Luotamai Laki out here. And then you have Semeru as well as Merapi and a bunch of the other volcanoes fairly active on this end. And then, of course, over here from Jakarta, big city, as well as Krakatau, which is right in up there. So that's creating a little bit of SO2 there for that area. Pretty normal, right? Normal stuff there in Sumatra as well. And looks like, yeah, we'll get to that stuff going across all the other countries. What do we got? Halmahera Island doing pretty much normal. The Philippines, yeah. So we have Mayon volcano right there and Bulusan over here. They're both dumping out a little bit of SO2. And then over here you have Taal, a volcano, and Manila, and of course a bunch of industrial stuff. That's creating more SO2 there. Pretty normal looking in the Marianas. And then we get into Japan. Suwanoshijima does have its noticeable plume, and this definitely is visible. That's Kuchi no Arabojima doing its thing. Wow, I like how I said that one. Kuchi no Arabojima. I almost got it right, Sue. Never mind. These things we learn over time, right? Sakurajima's doing its thing as well, and then ASO's jumping its plume out. Yeah, I should get a cookie for that. Hang on, I'll have one of my. I've got a bag of Christmas cookies in my drawer here. I can have one. I'll treat myself after the show. Yeah, so Asama volcano is definitely dumping its stuff out. Some of it got into Tokyo as well, but they're also seeing some volcanic activity from SO2 coming from the other volcanic activity down here in these islands, and that is always the way it is in Japan. So that brings us back up to the Kuril Islands and the Kamchatka Peninsula. And then we get into some of our, well, it's almost into Russia, North Korea, South Korea, and then of course China, and all this whole area here. Thailand and Myanmar and Bangladesh. Bangladesh always has bad air, but now they got really, really bad air, and that includes India. Happy to see this swirl down here, kind of on the northern tip of Sri Lanka. Hopefully that'll be a lot of rain in there to help wash some of that SO2 out. And all of this stuff that you see floating around in here, as far as we know, is coming or came from the Erupting area, or at least the Danakil Depression area, and that is our volcanic activity. And yeah, look at that, right on the money. There's Erupting, there's Al Bagu, and there is Heli Gubby. And do they have a size scale on here? I don't see a size scale, but it shows all three volcanoes right there, so that's actually pretty good. We can even see some contour here. Erupting, 613 meters or feet. I don't know. This might be feet. And El Bagu, 1,031. I'm assuming feet. And Heli Agabi, 528 feet. I think that is feet. There's another one up there, Boreal or Boreal Ale. So I don't know if that's another place. Very interesting to see that, but that's the area that we're looking at anyway. It gives you a little bit better perspective as to where they are. Now, all that SO2, it just amplifies the other existing stuff that's normally coming up from the oil refineries in this region, and we can see that very much so here in Saudi Arabia, and that, of course, also in Kuwait and Iraq and into Iran and all those other places. And we even see it here, Lebanon, and of course a little bit here, that is in Egypt. So they didn't get as much though. It looks like most of it headed to the east, and some of it might have slinked up to the north here as well. But those heavy spots there, those are oil refineries underneath there somewhere. Let's see what Piggy has for her place, and it doesn't look too bad. 4.31, that's better than my place, man. Now you got me wondering. 4.31, eh? This is from Mount Etna right here in Sicily, and that's got a fairly good plume. And Stromboli is here, but because of that whole vicinity being covered, we can't tell how much is coming out. It's not that bad from Stromboli though. 4.31 for Piggy. I'm really curious what mine is now. Let's see, Edmonton. Yeah, we'll click here. 9.27. So Piggy's got better air than I do. Oh, I'm jealous now. Alright, so yeah, we covered that area, and then we get to the rest of it. Europe is looking pretty good. South and east, the western parts of Europe, light levels if anything, and then Eastern Europe is a little bit heavier. Up in Norway, Sweden, and Finland, they're looking pretty clear. Iceland is actually pretty clear. Very, very light levels there. Some remnant stuff floating by. Hopefully that'll clear up. Anyway, that's our SO2 for today. And yeah, we're going to get to the other map after the break. And we'll just put this on for right now. I'm going to go take a break, folks. When we come back, we'll do a quick weather, whether we like it or not. And then we'll wrap it up for today, or for tonight. So hang in there, enjoy the music, and I will go pop this music on here. Hit the like button if you haven't done that. I'll be back. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. And Schlaf gut, Barbara. Thanks there. Billy Bob Joe saying that to Barbara. Good night, Barbara. Schlaf gut. And have lovely dreams without cats. Oh, thanks Sue and Cananaskis Country for the welcome backs. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And let's get at our final portion here. That is the weather. Whether we like it or not, we're going to have a look. And I know, it could be bad, could be good. Well, let's have a peek at the weather map and see what we've got going on. So, first off, we'll check for stormy stuff. We see that circulation up here around Svalbard. That was clear. We see big heavy circulation here, low south of the Aleutians, and then we see another low drawing in all that SO2 that is just off North America for the most part. Looking over here in the Japanese, that is not Japanese, that is off of Vietnam, that is Koto, and Koto looks mean and mad, and wind gusts up to 145, looks like about the fastest I can see there, 154 right in there. So yeah, a little bit of a beefy punch to it, so 150 plus kilometers an hour in some places. So that is something to be aware of. The other one is 34W. It's nowhere near as strong. It looks organized though, and it is in a region with lots of warmer water, so it can certainly take off if it draws in enough of the good heat that it requires. Now the other one was Dibwa is what they're calling it. That's the one on the northern end of Sri Lanka. And again, you can see it's being fed some really hot stuff from the top, some cooler stuff from the bottom. Let's see what the winds look like. Well, it's a wide area effect, so whatever is sitting there, it's huge. But the winds aren't that crazy yet. We're seeing 90 plus kilometer an hour winds there, 93s, 94s. That's not so bad. And yeah, we can leave that be. Let's go back to our temperatures though. Australia being the cooker for today, I think. I've seen a 42 in here. And is there anything, there's that 42, anything hotter? I don't really see anything there or here or over there. So yeah, 42 plus degrees, and that is plenty, plenty good for the outback. That'll make you sweat no matter what. So Australia probably got the high temp. Let's look at North America real quick. Well, Alaska's got a bit of that cold coming in there again. Yukon, Northwest Territories starting to freeze up. Yep, definitely starting to see northern British Columbia getting nailed there. And BC starting to cool. And of course Alberta is starting to feel the brunt of the cold. And with this high sitting here, you see that? Minus 22 in some places. That's not so good. Edmonton itself, I'm seeing minus 12 on my thing here. So yeah, minus 22. A little further south, minus 20 in Red Deer. Calgary a little warmer at minus 15. And then we get to Lethbridge, minus 15. Medicine Hat, minus 16. And then we get out to Swift Current there for KC, and that's his Kananaskis country's minus 13, so it's got nicer weather, sort of warmer anyway. Looking a little bit more tropical over on the east coast, especially over here and near Halifax and Cole Harbour. 1 degree Yeah, that's a bad temperature to be at. It's I'd rather have 3 degrees or -3 degrees. That 1 degree mark is always not so good. Anyway, we start to see the rest of the U.S. Cooling off, and wonderful places like Medford sitting at 8, Eugene sitting at 9. So Seattle is sitting at 8, Tacoma 7. Yeah, all the way through. We got 8 there in Portland. Let's see, what do we got over here? Grand Junction, 3 degrees. Some real cold stuff up in the mountains there. And Salt Lake City sitting at 3 degrees. So yeah, pretty cool. And South America, Central America, not that bad. And we're seeing that cold starting to develop here in Mexico as well. Single digits in a bunch of places, and I'm sure it'll get a little cooler. Florida's getting a little bit of a dip of that cool temperature as well. Southern Florida's still okay, but up here in the Panhandle and stuff, they're not quite so good. And South America, I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, New Zealand doing not bad, 24 in Christchurch, Wellington 19, Auckland sitting at 23, so pretty good there. Hobart sitting at 14, up to 19 up in the northeastern part of the Tasmanian island there. 16 in Melbourne, Adelaide 16, Sydney sitting at, wow, 31, 32. Brisbane also at 31, 32. So beautiful temperatures for those guys. Anyway, Sue, if you've got the cold temps, please go ahead and pop them up. And I'm seeing so far -39. And let's see if we can spot anything colder. Let's see, zoom in a little bit and look here. -41 right there, -42, yeah, there's a -43 right there. Sue found -43 in Antarctica, so yeah, I think that's about the cold temperature. These are tropical temperatures compared to what they normally have. Let's get up here to Greenland, which is actually white. But they have some very, very cold temps as well. I see a -50 right here, -51, and that is pretty nasty. That's almost competition for the coldest place on the planet, -51 degrees. And that is cold. Let's take a look at Canada, and I bet it's over here somewhere. -38 in there. There's a -39 in here. Seeing there's a -40 in here as well. I just seen it right in there. What about over here? -40 again. So starting to see those really cold temps. There's -41. I bet you there's some colder stuff in here somewhere. Well, we have a -41 in here, so yeah, right there. Not sure if we got a -42 or not, but yeah, Sue found -42. Wouldn't be a surprise to see something that cold. Only a degree difference between what I see there. There's a -36s, 34s, yeah. Winter is a-coming, folks, just the way it is. So that is all good. What about on this side? What have they got? -37s. And yeah, of course, the Alberta Clippers are going to be blamed on us again. Yeah, it's coming from the Yukon and Alaska. All right, Alaska's actually pretty warm. Timmy Johnson says, any new Madrid volcano eruption news? No, it's still dormant. We are, or well, I shouldn't say dormant. It is mildly active, and we're waiting for it to pop. -30 in Alaska there. the New Madrid volcanic eruption. For those who aren't familiar with the area, let's see if we can find it on this map here. Where's that darn Mississippi thing? Man, I can't see. This map is no good. Somewhere, yeah, there's Memphis. It's got to be up here somewhere. Man, I need a real map. Anyway, yeah, if we see it there, I know the eastern seaboard will be toast, right? Anyway, that is good there. What am I doing? I'm looking for Russia now. We found the minus 30 there in Alaska. Russia is minus 53 degrees. And there's some minus 48s. Let's see if we can find some darker areas. Minus 50 right in there. And yeah, minus 50 is cold enough. Is there colder spots over here? Oh yeah. Minus 50, 52 right there. Minus 52. What about in here? Minus 51. Soon found minus 53. I'm assuming it's somewhere in this region. The temps look pretty darn cold here. There's another minus 52. There's a minus 53 right there. So it might have been that one. But yeah, that is cold. And Russia takes it for the coldest place on the planet today. And that's all we got. So, yeah, that's it, folks. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you, Sue, for posting those cold temps. And that gives us a little bit of an idea of what's happening out there. Hey, while we're looking, south of Atunga, 4.8 happened at 1931 our time. And that's about 20 minutes ago. So that's a new quake there. Other than that, we can leave the quake page be, and we are popping back over to our multi-screen, and there we see all of our activity that is not happening yet. Anyway, hoping Iceland will pop soon. Well, you know, maybe by midweek. Oh, by the way, I am on call as of Tuesday. So I will be on call for 1 week, and that's a Tuesday till next Monday kind of thing. So that's the 1 week, just to let you guys know. And on those friendly notes, time to wrap it up. A big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and C and D Boy and Yvonne Kunkel and Gura and Siggy and Gary at 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, amongst other fine mods. Thank you for the help, and appreciate what you do. And big thank you to all of you, the patrons that come to view and bought that like button. Thanks everyone, really do appreciate it. And hope you enjoyed the show. And today was a little bit better than yesterday's dilemmas. And I think we delivered the goods without too many hiccups. Just one sneeze though. On those friendly notes, please be good. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, night, morning, or day, depending on where you are on the planet. And, of course, most of all, please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight. For tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you've been watching VolcanoX live stream. Take care, a good night, and oink oink!